Here with us this morning. Good morning to everybody that drove in to Winter Rock this morning. Good morning to colleagues, members on the council. Good morning to Mr. President, Vice President, and Chief Justice, and all the justices, all the Navajo Nation employees, all the constituents, chapter officials, chapter administration. Good morning to everybody. That day, Ben, thank you very much for being here with us this morning. Let's go ahead and continue on down. Call this into session. The time now is 10:12 a.m. We're here at the 24th Navajo Nation Council Summer Session. Today's date is July 22nd. The time now again is 10:12 a.m. We're here in Winter Rock, Arizona on the Great Navajo Nations. We are still in a via teleconference status. But I do have members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council here. I have Honorable Otto So, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, and Honorable Bernal Holona here in the chambers with us at this time. With that, presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. With that, let's go ahead and get a roll call. Make ourselves official.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Speaker, Delegate Kealan is present.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is also present in the chambers. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati did not answer roll call. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon is present. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Present.
Honorable Herman Daniels answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland is present in the chambers. Honorable Jamie Henio. Oh, excuse me, Honorable. Honorable Pernell Halona is present. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Excuse me, Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So is present in the chambers. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable
I'm
Charlene
present.
So. Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'm present.
Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati is present via text. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, cosa do.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 19 delegates, including yourself, who answered roll call and are present for today's meeting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, who have 19 delegates present this morning. That, thank you. Good morning again, everyone. Let's go ahead and get things started. Well, before we do that, let's go do a recap again. If you're joining us via teleconference and you've been with us all week, the first day, July 18th, we did go in with our invocation and blessed us for the week. We did recognize the guests and visiting officials. That invocation was done by Honorable Otto So thank you, Honorable Otto So. And we did adopt our agenda, and we heard the State of the Nation address from the President. And then right after that, we did amend the agenda before going into recess on the first day to changing the agenda, amending the agenda, where the second day we would go into straight to hear the financial report from the controller, and then also hear an update on the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Trust Fund. From that point, we did go into recess after hearing those two reports. And then yesterday, actually Wednesday, we started off on number 8, old business, item number A, legislation 0063-22, completed that with 22-0-1. Legislation item number 8B, legislation 0013-22 was actually suspended the floor rules to delete that item off the agenda. And then we continued on to item number 9, new business A legislation 0258-21 with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. We did go into recess at that time on Wednesday evening. Yesterday morning on Thursday, we did pick up on new business item number B, legislation 0021-22. That legislation was referred back to within the Kayenta committee. Item number C, legislation 0022-22. That legislation was voted and it did not have enough significant votes to get a 2/3 vote, so it did not pass. And moving on down, we did hear and vote on legislation 0043-22, and same there. That vote was not enough to get the 2/3 majority that it needed in order for it to get passed. From there, we did go ahead and go into recess again. So now we are on, colleagues, new business item number E, legislation 0049-22, sponsored by Honorable Stewart. With that, Honorable Stewart, good morning. I see you here in the chambers. Ms. Nakai, if you could read that legislation or legislation 49-22 into the record, and then we can continue on from there. Thank you. Oh, hold on. Honorable Stewart?
Oh, she's the last speaker.
Yes.
After discussion,
I can hear you. Is he on mute?
Now can you hear me still?
Yes.
Okay. I was saying that with this legislation, after speaking with the agent yesterday evening, we decided to go ahead and pull this up.
Meaning that you want to so you're withdrawing legislation 0049-22, Honorable Stewart? Did you fill out a form? Do you have a form, Jalissa? Jalissa, you have a form? He's gonna withdraw 0049-22. All right, we'll bring that form over. With that, colleagues, I need to see it happen because I don't want it to come back. I need that form. You know what? 0049-22. Here. 'Thank you, colleagues. Just having a minute to get everything properly in place. Honorable Wilson Stewart filling out the form, and he is signing it as we speak. So legislation item number E under new business 0049-22 is no more. Moving on down, colleagues. Item number F, legislation 0051-22, sponsored by Honorable Stewart. That Ms. Nakai, great. Good. Okay. 0051-22. Yes, if you'll read that into the record.
Good morning, members of the Navajo Nation Council. And Mr. Speaker, thank you. This is a reading of legislation number 0051-22. This was assigned to Budget and Finance Committee, thence Navajo Committee, thence Navajo Nation Council, proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council 4th year 2022, introduced by Wilson C. Stewart Jr., prime sponsor, tracking number 0051-22, an act relating to Budget and Finance and Navajo Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council approving $3,003,441 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance, UUFB, for the Navajo Election Administration for its expenses and preparing for the 2022 Navajo Nation elections, waiving 12 NC Section 820E, 820F, 820J, and 820L. The exhibits that are referenced in the legislation are there. The Internet Public Review has no comments. The Budget and Finance Committee report has a due pass with no amendment, and the vote tally sheet is attached. The Navajo Committee report was passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council with a vote tally sheet. Mr. Speaker, that concludes the reading of legislation number 0051-22.
Thank you. With legislation 0049, actually 00, 0051-22, colleagues, sponsored by Honorable Stewart. This legislation was, if you remember, it was vetoed, and the president vetoed, said he would sign it if we corrected the budget forms. I do remember. With that, colleagues, is there a motion? Motion by Honorable Alonso. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Tanya
Delegate
Brown.
Yellowhair.
I'll be working on this one. With that, Honorable Wilson Stewart, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Oh, good Shane.
Alonso and Nathaniel Brown.
With this particular legislation, 0051-22, this was already presented back and put together by the election office, and it was submitted back in March. It was submitted back in March, and it went through the process. We had a request from the board, the election board, to go ahead and revise the documents again, the budget forms and whatnot. So therefore we did that. So those are the amendment, or that is going to be the amendment that will be needed to be added into this legislation. And this legislation is needed for this year's election so that we can go ahead and have an election this year. My agency, they're going to be Mr. Melvin Harrison, as he's online. The director on that side, Shamba, was it Kelly? Those two will be online, or should be online, for this legislation to answer any questions. But it is just to have the election for this year to get us through the election and with the revised budgets. So that is the amendment on that one. Speaker, and the colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, Honorable Stewart. With that, let me go ahead and go down to Honorable Alonso.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Give me time. Okay, time's ruling. So I made I had an amendment, but I realized that Rule 14 does not allow me to be the main motion holder and entertain an amendment on the particular legislation. So therefore, I'm going to go ahead and refer that amendment to Honorable Wanika. And I did with that at this time. And we'll go ahead and just reserve my time.
That, so every time at 4 minutes and 16 seconds, Honorable Otto, so. Moving on down. Honorable Edison Wanika, good morning. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Speaker.
Yes, good morning. Okay.
Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Although the Honorable Wilson Stewart, thank you for sponsoring this legislation. I know that this is very important to the election administration, especially at this time with the election upcoming, both the primary and general election. So we need to really look at the funds that they have available to take care of the election process. But the legislation that has been introduced, there's problems with that. So all the concerns has been amended. So I think it's ready to go. So I would like to have that amendment read into the record, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, Office of Legislative Services sent that out from amendments, from the amendments email? Yes. Yep, that's it. We got it. Yeah. Shall I send it out? It's on the board. We're good to go. Go ahead, Ms. Naka. Go read the amendment into the record.
Okay, this is Amendment 1. Amendment 1 to legislation number 0051-22. 1, on page 1 at line 13, on page 2 at line 27, on page 3 at lines 18, 21, 25, 28, on page 4 at lines 1 and 9, delete $3,003,441 over strike and insert underscore 1,000 or $1,614,018. 2, on page 3 at line 2, delete $3,003,441 in. 3, replace all 10 pages under the current Exhibit B with the new Exhibit B consisting of NEA's revised budget forms, 9 pages total, signed on June 9, 2022. 4, on page 3 at lines 7, 8, and 9, delete the second sentence in paragraph D as follows, overstricken. This memorandum may be provided to the assigned committees of the Navajo Nation Council when this legislation is up for consideration. And insert the following new sentence. New language, the Office of the Controller has provided this memorandum dated June 8, 2022, attached hereto as Exhibit C. 5, attach as new Exhibit C, the memorandum from Robert Willie, Accounting Manager with the Office of the Controller dated June 8, 2022. 6, on page 3 at lines 11 and 12, delete the second sentence in paragraph E as follows, overstricken. This analysis may be provided to the assigned committees of the Navajo Nation Council when this legislation is up for consideration. And insert the new sentence underscored. OMB has provided this analysis in a memorandum dated June 8, 2022, attached hereto as Exhibit D. 7, attach as new Exhibit D, the memorandum from Dominic Bial, Executive Director of OMB dated June 8, 2022. 8, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel may perform technical edits to this act and its exhibits to implement the council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent wording in any other amendments. So you have Exhibit B, which consists of 9 pages. And then the Exhibit C is the memo from Robert Willie that this is a recurring expense. And then Exhibit D is from Dominic Bial, and he gives his recommendations. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, that Ms. Nakai. That, colleagues, I do have a motion for amendment number 1 by Honorable Edison Monica. Is there a second? Second, by Honorable Malona. That, colleagues. Any comments, questions on amendment 1? And twice. Or 3 times, let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay, votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Kiel votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not
Delegate
vote.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So.
Yeah, so we're gonna cover.
Honorable Eugene So did not answer, or excuse me, did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 19 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much with that.
Speaker, Vice
19
Chair
in
Smith, did you
favor.
get my vote?
Who is this? I can barely hear you. Somebody said speaker. I can barely hear you.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. Did you get my vote?
Yes, we did. Green. That
Thank you.
19 in favor, 0 opposed. And speaker not voting, motion carries on amendment 1. That back to the main motion. Oh. That there's nobody else in the queue, colleagues. Let me go ahead and go over back to reserve time. Honorable Otto So, 4 minutes and 16 seconds. What was the time? That, ready to vote on legislation 0051-22? With 1 minute.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Oh, Amber Crotty votes green. Did we get Amber Crotty's vote? What was that? That changes the vote from 19 to 20 with Amber Crotty's vote. 20 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. I'm a speaker not voting. This case, good morning, Chairman Daniel So on the main motion, 4 years. Oh,
Speaker Otto and I, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. In the previous deliberations for the legislation that was vetoed, I was wanting to do a directive respective of the offices of the election administration, where we were apprised that there was some deficiencies. And at the time, I had Chief Legislative Counsel do a directive. My question is to the director: has the deficiencies for the Eastern Navajo Election Administration office in Crown Point, those deficiencies, have they been corrected by facilities maintenance? And there was another concern that the rental agreement wasn't fixed. So that would be my question to the director. Speaker, and the budget, if necessary, I would renew that directive and would ask the council to act on it after the legislation is adopted. It's all based on the answer from the Director of Navajo Election Administration. Thank you. I reserve my time. Thank you.
thank you very much with that. Let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Stewart response as a sponsor. And Chairman Daniel, so you have reserved time of 3 minutes and 6 seconds.
Question to the speaker, Rokoroji Eyashi, Shamad Eyadota Mr. Harrison Badesh for a response to Shana's question. Ms. Kelly Shabija, are you online? Or Mr. Harrison Shana? would be *6 to unmute.
Ms. Kelly, Mr. Harrison. *6 to unmute.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. This is Melvin Harrison, chairperson for the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors. Thank you, Speaker Damon, and I want to thank the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Otto Delegate Stewart for the legislation. All the staff that are there from legislative services and chief legislative offices and other people on the line. On the question about the deficiencies at Crown Point, it's to my understanding, it has not been all fixed or I should just say that it's not been fixed. We are still in the area of where we're trying to find a location, because those buildings that the building that is to the Board of Election Supervisors, understanding that building the election office is in had been condemned. So we've been trying to find a location to where we could go, and so that was the last report from Ms. Kelly. So that's all I can report right now. I was hoping that Ms. Kelly would be online. So that's all I can report right now. But I believe that the deficiencies haven't been addressed thus far. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kelly, are you on the line? Go back to you, Honorable Stewart.
Mr. Speaker. Good morning.
Yes.
This is Vera with the Navajo Election Administration. We barely got on trying to get on the line, so I'm available for questions as soon as Ms. Kelly comes back. I can have her continue. Mr. Speaker?
Do you have a response for the council?
This is Vera with the Navajo Election. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Has the deficiencies at Eastern Agency Election Administration Office been corrected since the last time the Navajo Nation Council approved a supplemental appropriation? There was a directive in there that the council put on the Navajo Nation Election Administration to fix those deficiencies. Has those deficiencies been completed?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, and the 24th Council for asking me the question. I will do my best to answer the question. However, the deficiencies at Crown Point Eastern Agency Election Office has not been addressed due to we're working on getting a portable building, and we still waiting on some information from Gallup-McKinley County Schools. Depending on what kind of deficiencies they were identified, we do have the 2 personnel working there. We've brought our VRS back, Miss Arlene Cohn, and we have an office assistant, and I can have Miss Kelly come on. Miss Kelly. Hello. We have Crown Point election agency. They've had deficiencies since forever, 2000, I think. And OHA, Navajo OHA has condemned that building, but because we don't have a place to go, they still occupy the same building. And we've had NOSHA scheduled to go out there, but during that time, we were, legislative offices were closed for 2 weeks, and we've tried to reschedule with NOSHA again. But NOSHA said they can fine us because we're still occupying that building. So I don't know what else to do. We've contacted McKinley County Schools to see if they can give us a building.
I called them. I will call him my name. It's about the election bill. There's election.
Speaker, point of order.
Alderman Harris, please keep your phone on mute. Point of order. Again, colleagues, can you please state who's raising a point of order? Question privilege. Okay, Honorable Otto. What is your point of order? Good morning, Honorable Otto. What is your point of order this morning?
Thank you. My point of order is relating to how is the Eastern Navajo Agency Office relating to this funding request for the election. The funding request is to pay for the election that's going to happen. It's not paying for a building or maintaining a building. These funds are geared to pay for this year's election. So that's my order, and hoping that you can steer the ship into that right direction, because we're going into the left field, ready to go into the flower fields and play over there. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't clarify, but the reason why that the discussion is happening is I do believe Honorable Chairman Daniel So brought this up last time, because there's no place for the election administration to work out of to actually utilize these funds that they get. So what are they going to do? Do they have a plan in place for Eastern Agency once they get these dollars? That was the subject of the topic last time. I'm going back to Chairman Daniel So to clarify.
Thank you, Speaker. Otto, it's not left field, it's right field, because we have voting machines are stored at the offices. They'll be distributed during the election. Then they'll be brought back in. We don't have an office. Where are they? Are we going to have the chief poll judges drive all the way into Window Rock? That's the reason I'm really concerned about this particular office. And then there's going to be other people that would want to register after the election to vote in the general. They'll be wanting to do absentee ballots, and they'll be putting their requests to the agency office. So it is very pertinent. This money will go to the agency offices. So I'm really kind of like stymied. We were in left field all day yesterday. And right now I'm trying to steer the council to focus on this particular issue. It is a major concern. The Navajo Nation has the duty and responsibility to provide a safe and healthy working environment for our employees. And this is very important. Last time we were apprised, it was either a hole in the floor or a hole in the wall in this particular space. There was no mention that the whole building had been condemned. It was respective of where these offices are. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, Chairman, you did get your answer from Ms. Kelly and Mr. Harrison that those corrective deficiencies have not been fixed. So I can go back to you if you did indicate if you want to go ahead and do that directive when I get back to you on your reserve time. That, colleagues, go ahead and go back to the floor. Any other comments and questions on legislation 0051-22 on the main motion?
Speaker.
Any other comments or questions?
Speaker,
Yes, Speaker.
this is Edmund. Can you put me for questions?
Yes, go ahead. Floor is yours, Chairman.
Morning, Speaker, and members of the council and everyone that's online, and to the sponsor of the legislation. What my brother had indicated, Chairman So, is kind of correct. I mean, we've got election that's coming up, in 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks, I think. And I want to ask the staff, I know they're doing a lot of good work, but are we, if this legislation fails, are we ready for a proper, equal, fair election that's coming up? That's my question, Speaker. Are we ready, staff, for a couple weeks from now? So I don't want to reserve my time, Speaker. So.
Okay. Let me go back to Honorable Stewart.
Oh, so that, Speaker, we'll go ahead and defer those questions to Shabizar Ms. Kelly or Shana Mr. Harrison to answer.
Thank you.
Yes, this is Melvin Harrison.
Ms. Kelly. And then I'll go to you, Mr. Harrison, in that order as sponsor indicated.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'm here. This is Rosita Kelly. Right now, we're doing early election, and all the agency offices are open. So we're doing that. We're leading up to the primary election. We have all our ballots, and they should be delivered next week on the 26th. As far as we know, we're still in the same offices. we don't have a place to go for Eastern Agency, so that's gonna be open. And, we have the machines, the bins, everything ready. So they're gonna be delivered and we're gonna distribute them from Window Rock. I guess that's how it was done in the past, so we're just, keeping the status quo.
Thank you. Does that complete your
Mr.
response?
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, could I add on to Ms. Kelly?
Ms. Kelly, does that complete your response?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Harrison, go ahead. Floor is yours. Mr. Harrison, floor is yours. You might have to press *6. Go back to you, Honorable Stewart.
I'm here now. I'm sorry, Speaker Damon.
Mr. Harrison, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Delegate Stewart for the legislation, and I want to thank Ms. Kelly for the responses as well. On the question that Delegate Yazzie just brought up, currently the offices are open. Even though the building is condemned, there's other offices that are also in that building. So the issue is the building is condemned just as many of the other buildings across the Navajo Nation are. So meantime, we're looking to, just as Ms. Kelly indicated, we're looking for a venue to get to another building or purchase another building and so forth. But it's not going to stop the election. And we should have a fair election. The machines will be secured and all the materials that go along with the election will go on. It's just that the building is condemned. That's the big issue. And then I just want to add and say Eastern is not the only building that is having issues. Chinle has an issue. The 45 office in Window Rock has an issue because there's no elevator and it's upstairs. So I just want to say that we've been coming to the Navajo Nation Council the 6 years that I've been on the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors. So I'm really glad that we are talking about this. And I also, in closing, just want to add that the election administration and the Board of Supervisors submitted a proposal for ARPA funding. However, I believe that those probably won't be considered. That's where we were in the ARPA proposal. We had request buildings, renovations, and new buildings, and so forth. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go back to you, Honorable Stewart. So I can complete your response at this time.
Yes, Speaker, it does.
Great. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. I do have Vice Chair Smith in queue. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Smith.
Good morning, Speaker.
Actually, good morning. Sorry.
24th Navajo Nation Council and Shnahash. We're sponsoring this legislation for the election office and your agent. So my question goes to OMB. This money is needed as soon as possible. Is there any possible way that this could be expedited so that we could have a good election and a fair election? They're in need of this supplemental appropriation in the amount of $3,003,441. Speaker, would it be fair to say that maybe make a directive after this vote to ensure that this funding gets appropriated to them as soon as possible? I can get the language to OLC and because this is important. Elections is important. The other question I have too is all the candidates that have filed. We have 15 candidates for president, including Bishmasan. What happened to all that funding? Where did that go? And does that help offset the costs on behalf of the supplemental requests that they're? It seems like every 4 years, every 2 years, we're helping out with funding, which is a puzzling question. How come we don't have enough to make sure that we are not doing this every 2 to 4 years? That's my question. Speaker, reserve my time.
Thank you. Reserve your time. 3 minutes and 23 seconds. We'll go ahead and go back to Uncle Stewart. Response.
Question to the speaker. Kologi Shinana a question Mr. Harrison out on the Champija, Ms. Kelly by Navis and also the question to OOC and OMB as well.
Anybody on from Office of Management and Budget?
Mr. Speaker, this is Dominic Bial, OMB.
Morning, Mr. Bial.
Morning.
And turn the floor over to you if you have a response at this time.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, members of the council. Delegate Smith is asking if OMB would expedite the processing of this legislation and the budget in order to make funds immediately available for purposes of conducting the upcoming election. And my answer would be yes, assuming the council approves it. And then the president, of course, signs it, subject to any possible line item veto. But we would be ready to move with it as enacted expeditiously because we realize the election is on the horizon. That's my answer, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go back to the question about the funds, filing $3. Let me go to Mr. Harrison. You have a response on that?
Good afternoon, or good morning, or actually it's afternoon, or can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. On the funds, on the filing fee funds, question from Delegate Smith, Shingna, all those funds that are received from candidates are turned into the bank and goes into the general fund. None of those funds are set aside to go back into the election. It just goes specifically, or actually just goes into general funds, overall general fund. So that's all we know about that. So thank you.
Thank you. Moving on back down. Any other comments,
Mr.
questions? Colleagues on legislation 0051-22, before I go back to reserve time.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
this Rosita Kelly. Can I say something additional to what Mr. Harrison said?
Ms. Kelly, go ahead.
Did you hear my question?
Yeah, Ms. Kelly, yes, I did, and I said, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Okay, my phone somehow goes back to unmute or mute it. But anyway, we were told that we needed to establish a fund management plan, and we have a draft. So we're working on that in order to have the filing fees funneled into the NEA department. We need to come up with a fund management plan, and we do have a draft. So we're working on that. Thank you.
Thank you. That, I'll have everybody else in the queue at this time. Before I go back to reserve time. Chairman Daniel So, 3 minutes and 6 seconds on reserve time on the main motion.
Speaker, I'll seek the directive after we vote on this particular legislation. I'm still searching my email for that original draft. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll wait about a time.
I hope Ms. Barbroff, and do you know who was working on that with you, Chairman, at Office of Legislative Services Council?
Miss Barbroff.
Ms. Barbroff, maybe Barbroff, if you have that.
Speaker, thank you. Both Chairman So and I are looking through our, I guess our emails and such, trying to locate it. I remember writing it, but I can't find it. If neither Chair So and I are successful, I will redraft it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That. Thank you. That, moving on down, Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes and 23 seconds.
Here, the speaker, though the best person, I didn't call it I did kid this lagi. Here, that did the yalagi. Of course, out on the out now budget management plan. Even not able, but so how much would that benefit the election office of Withdrawal? I don't know how much money is generated each election. So we have a chapter election, and then we have the regular president and council election for every 2 years. And that is a substantial amount. I don't know if you have the amount of how much is for each candidate. I know that there's 15 for the president, $1,500 for one application, and then $500. And there's other positions that are in there, like school board and ADA. So those things should be put back into the, I guess, your office for Navajo Nation elections, that it wouldn't be a big burden every time that we come around for election, and this would be prepared. That's my question, Speaker Damon, if they can get that budget management plan done as quick as possible so that they can be more like self-sufficient now. I thought that was the reason why they collected funds, was because it would help them to generate their needs for election every year, like ballot, photo taking, application, advertisement, things of that nature. So I reserve my time. Thank you.
Every time at 1 minute and 29 seconds. That, moving on down. Back to Honorable Stewart. Response, floor is yours.
Question to the speaker. I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to Supervisor Ms. Kelly or Shannon, Mr. Harris to answer those questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kelly? Floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, members of the council. Okay, the fees, the filing fees for this year, 81,000 was collected. But I understand that once we go into the new fiscal year, that 81,000 will be, if it goes into our budget, NEA's budget, it's going to be adjusted. It's going to, the overall fiscal year budget is going to be adjusted to where that 81,000 that we normally get from the OMB that's allocated to us. It's going to be adjusted. So 81,000, so it's really not going to change our budget anyway. And I thought it was going to be on top of our fiscal year budget, but I understand that's not the case. So and that's going to be my response to the filing fees. Speaker?
Yes. Thank you. Let me go to Mr. If you have anything to add on, Mr. Harrison. Let me go back to you, Honorable Stewart. So I complete your response.
Oh, just the speaker. That completes our response.
Yeah, moving on down. Anybody else? Oh, good morning, Honorable Elmer Brigade on legislation 0051-22. Honorable Elmer Brigade, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Damon Chairway, other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and other Chairway, Dr. Stewart, other people that are on the line. I have a question. Might go to Dana, and I know that right now, I know that it was from your office, from Office of Chief Legislative Counsel, Mr. Ron Haven was the one overlooking that and being an advisor to legal advisor to election. So today, who's the contact person that's overlooking that as a attorney for them? And the second one is all these funds that are being paid to file a fee as a candidate. So all these can that money be audited, or does it have any type of restricted policy on it? How it can be used, or it seems like for so many years people have been paying that for a candidacy. It should be separate, and it should be somewhere paying itself. But probably the only way it's going to do is probably maybe be adding to the permanent trust fund to start investing into that. So during the audit, is there how many times did this election office been audited
Is there any information that can be provided to us, especially with this funding that the candidacy that paid these for filing fee? If the department goes into audit, that's just part of the funds that you pay for filing fee. Does it being part of the audit? That's my question. Thank you, Speaker. I observe my time.
That observer time at 2 minutes and 25 seconds. We go back over to Ms. Barbara
Shay, put me in the queue.
for a response.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Delegate Begay, for the questions. And I'm particularly pleased that you brought up the question about Mr. Haven. Ron Haven was an attorney in the Department of Justice, the Office of Legislative Counsel, for more than a decade, might be 2 decades, but Ron always represented the election board, the election office. When Ron took early retirement, I did contract with him to continue representation of the election office and the election board. However, that looks like that's being phased out for the rest of the year at his choice. So in the interim, we are just having to staff the election office as best we can here. We recently defended an emergency appeal at the Navajo Supreme Court. Chad Abeda and Loya Henderson did that, and they were very successful. So right now, election questions are going to have to come to myself because we only have, as you're aware, we only have 4 attorneys plus myself, so difficult to assign one strictly for the election office. So for right now, questions will have to come to me. As far as the filing fees, my understanding that the filing fees go back to the Navajo Nation's general fund, and I would have to defer questions about whether that the filing fees have been audited or not. I would defer that question to the Office of the Auditor General. I don't know if it's been audited in the past, but they could certainly be audited at any point in time. For the filing fees to go back, to go to the election office, as Ms. Kelly said, they need to do a fund management plan to be approved by the Budget and Finance Committee. The Budget and Finance Committee has the authority to approve those types of fund management plans. As soon as Ms. Kelly has gotten further along in her drafting, she would submit that to the Office of Legislative Counsel for a preliminary legal review, and then we will devise a sponsor to get that in front of the Budget and Finance Committee. It would need to go to HES before the Budget and Finance Committee. So, Speaker, I think I have covered all of Delegate Begay's questions. If I have not, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, go ahead and go back down to the floor. I have Honorable Vince James and Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Vince James. And then Honorable Eugene So on the main motion, legislation 0051-22.
Yat ish nale speaker, other members of the council, dosha et kahasi so. Kodota na just kido lesiki, ya ultra has anje, ultra benant, yeah, ajin da is neldo, ado apisa kodong, hesi, benan nishidi la, stoko, okoko, ajit the reapportion, no, be yati otahodol gij, ako hit out ba not indo na kikun na ajin da is nelanda the ya not the filing fee ako kwaiki na kiko na de kido le ako in regards to the board school board members, what is the status of the last reapportion that took place? And for those individuals that did submit a payment for the position, the filing fee, are they going to be refunded to those individuals? Thank you. Reserve my time.
Thank you very much. That 3 minutes and 51 seconds.
Speaker,
Yes.
I need to address council. This is Ms. Barbara.
Yes, go ahead.
The question that Vince James just raised, I'm not sure if he's aware, but that litigation over that issue is still going on. The district court's opinion, the district court's ruling was appealed by the plaintiffs to the Navajo Supreme Court. The briefings and arguments have not taken place yet. So the response to Delegate James's question cannot be answered right now because of the ongoing litigation. If council would like further details on the ongoing litigation, I can make arrangements for the Department of Justice to present that. It has, I believe, Hess has been kept up to speed and informed on the litigation, but if the rest of the council wants info, we should do that in executive session. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and go back on down to the main motion. I do have Honorable Eugene So in the queue. Honorable Eugene So, good morning. The floor is yours at this time. Eugene So going twice. Eugene So going 3 times. That, colleagues, I don't have everybody else in the queue. Go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 29 seconds.
Speaker, I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
1 minute, 27 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Elmer Brigade, 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, again. And thank you, Dana, for your response. Yeah, you fully answer all my questions. Other additional question again. So understanding that the filing fee for the candidacy is, so it goes back into general funds, but understanding that we need to request through Auditor General if this is being how part of their audit is being made with the general funds. So that's another question. I don't know. We'll probably have to ask Auditor General on it. But other than that, that if we can make it that how it's going to invest into this to pay its own later on in the future, how it's going to invest might be maybe something that we have to do is maybe establish a fund management. So maybe I don't know how we could put it as a budget and finance committee to start addressing that, and I think we would need your guidance. There's one thing that I wanted to maybe to request for that through your office. And the next question is what Delegate Vince James just asked a question regarding the reapportionment plan regarding the school. I just submitted another legislation for that. See how we could continue doing that, because it's just there's a lot of still questions that unanswered regarding that. So how could we expedite that to quickly start addressing the issue? So that will be my question. Can you give us guidance again? Speaker, preserve the time.
Okay, thank you. 10 seconds on the reserve time. We'll go ahead and go back to Ms. Barbara for that question.
Thank you for the question, Delegate Begay. We do have, excuse me. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my apologies.
Barbara.
Thank you for the question, Delegate Begay. We do have your legislation request, and I would like, I do not want to answer that publicly. That's still a matter that we should discuss in an attorney-client setting, and the reason for that is the ongoing litigation. So if you wish to stop by at some point in time, we can sit down and I can talk to you about it. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Begay.
Thank you. That, let me go on to Honorable Vince James. 3 minutes and 51 seconds.
Mr. Speaker and members of the council, other presenters, out of the 81,000, does that include the school board candidate filing fee? Reserve my time.
2 minutes, 3 minutes and 36 seconds. I'll go back to you, Honorable Stewart.
Gushing, I will refer that to Sir Bija, Ms. Kelly, Mr. Harrison to answer the question. Answer that question.
Okay, Council Speaker and the Council. The school board, the A 2020, they got on the ballot. So the filing fees from that election went to general funds, D 81,000 the Niniki Ek Atiki the 2022 election. If it's on not the Hagita. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude your response? Stewart? Thank you.
Yes, Speaker, thank you.
With that, then we go ahead and go back. Any other comments, questions at this time? Or go back to reserve time? Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute and 27 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Just have a question for the election office. I don't think my question was answered. Are we going to be doing this next 2 years for the chapter election? And when will that fund management plan be completed so that we can drop legislation and address this concern? Always a shortfall, and we should be prepared way ahead so that we don't infringe upon the election time when folks are dependent upon early election, absentee, and the regular submittal of the ballots on election day. Those are my questions, Speaker. Reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Wait. Thank you. Let me go back to Honorable Stewart.
Speaker. Again, I will refer those questions back to Shabija, Ms. Kelly, Otto, and Mr. Harrison to answer that.
Ms. Kelly?
Okay, thank you again. The fund management plan, since we already have a draft, we can forward that to the Board of Election Supervisors. And once we get a supporting resolution from them, we can submit it to the OLC and have them review it, and then we can get the ball rolling for that one. Non-chapter election, Nikki A. Yum. We are in the process of, streamlining election procedures. A lot of us here are new, and I just came on September 2021. And I think since then we've improved a lot. And so we're learning the process with the new administration staff here. So we will be ready for the chapter elections. We also did a budget for unmet needs for the general election. So that should be coming to the council with this budget year. So we were including that in our FY23 budget, but we were told that it has to be separate from the FY23, so we did a separate budget for that. FYI, thank you.
Thank you. With that, moving on down. Honorable Elmer Brigade, 10 seconds on reserve time. Honorable Elmer Brigade. Elmer Brigade, 10 seconds on reserve time. Moving on down, Honorable Vince James, 3 minutes and 36 seconds on reserve time.
Wait my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 40 seconds.
Thank you, again, Speaker. I'll go ahead and waive my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on down, Honorable Elmer Brigade, 10 seconds.
Speaker, do you think you can help from your staff to help us put this on the agenda for Budget and Finance Committee to start for addressing or discussing the fund management for election?
Thank you. That's not okay. It's a request. Fund management, election office fund management at the next enough meeting. That's what he's asking for. Okay, thank you. Well, we'll work together with Ms. Nakai to see when that will happen. Yeah, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in queue, nobody else with reserved time. Ready to vote on the main motion on legislation 0051-22 with one amendment. Went twice. Went 3 times. Let's go to board. Oh, second reading. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the council. There is one amendment to legislation number 0051-22 on page 1 at line 13, on page 2 at line 27, on page 3 at lines 18, 21, 25, 28, on page 4 at lines 1 and 9, delete $3,003,441 and insert $1,614,018. 2, on page 3 at line 2, delete $3,003,441 in 3, replace all 10 pages under the current Exhibit B with the new Exhibit B consisting of NEAs, revised budget forms, 9 pages total, signed on June 9, 2022. 4, on page 3 at lines 7, 8, and 9, delete the second sentence in paragraph D as follows. Overstricken, this memorandum may be provided to the assigned committee and the Navajo Nation Council when this legislation is up for consideration, and insert the following new sentence. New language, the Office of the Controller has provided this memorandum dated June 8, 2022, attached here to as Exhibit C. 5, attached as new Exhibit C, the memorandum from Robert Willie, Accounting Manager with the Office of the Controller dated June 8, 2022. 6, on page 3 at lines 11 and 12, delete the second sentence in paragraph E as follows. Overstricken, this analysis may be provided to the assigned committees and the Navajo Nation Council when this legislation is up for consideration, and insert the following new sentence underscored. OMB has provided this analysis in a memorandum dated June 8, 2022, attached here to as Exhibit D. 7, attached as a new Exhibit D, the memorandum from Dominic Bial, Executive Director of OMB dated June 8, 2022. And that concludes the second reading, Mr. Speaker, with the Exhibit B and all the attachments and the C, Exhibit C and Exhibit D. Speaker.
That, colleagues, go to board on legislation 0051-22 with one amendment. I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kialan, excuse me, Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kialan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Kialan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable
Green, I
Nathaniel,
vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland also votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable
vote
Eugene,
green.
excuse me, Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Malika votes green. Honorable Ed Minyazi, how do you vote?
green.
Honorable Ed Minyazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yahya votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 19 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed. For the record, Madam Chair, Amber Crowdy is excused. That's it, right? 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, on legislation 0051-22, that legislation's, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? They can hear me. You guys can't hear me, but they can hear me. 0051-22, by vote 19 in favor, 0 opposed. And speaker not voting, motion carries. Colleagues, that legislation's an appropriation, so the president does have final authority on that on legislation 0051-22. That, moving on down, we are on item number G of our new business. Oh, actually, let me go back to Chairman Daniel So. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank
Daniel
you,
So.
Speaker.
Yes.
Ms. Barbara has prepared the directive, and legislative staff could forward it to my colleagues, then I would make the motion to issue this directive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, what? It's sent out, colleagues. Ms. Naka, if you could read the directive into the record, and then I'll go ahead and from there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. This is the directive sponsored by Delegate Daniel So. The Division of General Services and Facilities Management Program shall prioritize and immediately repair the offices being used by the Navajo Election Administration in Crown Point by no later than July 31, 2022. Speaker.
Thank you. That is a motion for directive by Chairman Daniel So, second by Honorable Edison Winika. Any comments, questions, colleagues?
Speaker Keelan.
Was that Keelan? Jay, good morning. Honorable Keelan McGee, the floor is yours on the directive.
Speaker, I know we coincide on the Arizona side with the state of Arizona on the election. We always come into a situation for the states to find a location, polling location. Most likely, some wants to utilize the senior center. Every year, the senior center usually off limits any election activity. The program is saying no to the facility, but it's always the property of the chapter. A lot of time, this particular directive or direction is directed from the agency or the central office level. Because voting is important. No, not always just the voting on the Navajo Nation election, but it's always important as well at the state and federal level. A lot of time, it's a matter of a walking distance to have these voting locations to be so I don't know if there needs to be a separate directive to direct the chapter or the programs to allow state to conduct the state and federal election at certain facility within the chapter the chapter house across the Navajo Nation. Speakers, I need direction. Otherwise, like I said, with this directive, maybe there needs to be a second directive as well. And I know the DOJ is well aware of a situation that I always encounter within several of my region during the election for the state and county. Speaker.
Thank you. Kayenta, that is most likely a separate directive. I'm having the staff in the speaker's office reach out to you and see if we could get some kind of compromise on another set of another directive that we can draft up and send over to Office Legislative Council for their review.
Hey, Speaker.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions on this directive? Not, let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, it's green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Yeah, we'll give Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canez Bacati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Okay.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene
I vote
So.
green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Speaker, that changes the vote to 19 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you. With that,
Thank you. Thank you.
motion carries on the directive. 19 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, speaker not voting. That, colleagues, continue on down. On to our next legislation under new business, item number G, legislation 0065-22, sponsored by Honorable Brown. That, Ms. Nakai, if you can read the legislation to the record.
Members of the Navajo Nation Council, legislation number 0065-22 was assigned to Law and Order Committee, Finance, Budget and Finance Committee, Finance, Committee, Finance, Navajo Nation Council. It's a proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year, 2022, introduced by Nathaniel Brown, prime sponsor, tracking number 0065-22, and act relating to the Law and Order, Budget and Finance and Navajo committees. And to the Navajo Nation Council approving $13,215,000 from the Citizen Fund for the completion of the Kayenta Judicial Complex, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NC Section 2501 through 2508. The referenced legislation documents are attached, such as chapter resolutions and such. The Law and Order Committee has a due pass with no amendment with the vote tally sheet. The Budget and Finance Committee has a due pass with no amendment and a vote tally sheet, as well as the Navajo Committee. The legislation passed and is referred to the Navajo Nation Council with a vote tally sheet. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, on legislation 0065-22. Is there a motion?
Yellowhair.
Motion by Honorable Wilson Stewart, second by Honorable Yellowhair. That does not be work.
Speaker.
Comments, questions on legislation 0065-22?
Speaker. Edmund, Yazik?
Yes, Chairman. You have a question?
Yes.
That, Honorable Brown, floor is yours. Well, Freeland's next door or what?
Speaker, I don't 24th Navajo Nation Council. I don't to my agents who are online as well from the Kayenta Judicial Court. Twitter nation ado Kaya Nahis Anda Kaya Toban Son look up Bashin Kiani the Shade as a Sanda Shanala Ado Quagi the Twitter nation they non this Hugo Eliagi in the Equagi Gedato non Christian and the Nebanat and Lenny need Lenny. The legislation 0065-22A any lago bikiati le nabikiati ado lago e na de kito ebanah ado ko zono bikiati
Get out of the way.
I don't know who that was, but we did send forward emails last week, this past Monday as well. Our zip drives of the whole. Normally, we would have these binders. I do have a 3-ring binder here with all the design bill and the environmental assessments. So all of that. And again, the biggest thing is this Kayenta Judicial Court Complex, the public safety building. We are we're on the 3rd on the priority listing. And it is because of the work of the Kayenta Court Administrator, Ms. Laban Yazi, and former Kayenta Township Manager, Mr. Gabriel Yazi, and many others, including Mr. City here in Window Rock, and also the architect team. So they and also this Kayenta Judicial Court Complex was submitted to ARPA, the American Rescue Plan, and through the Judicial Court Complex funding. As we're aware, this 24th Navajo Nation Council, so Ado Le slash Yugo Peso Hatani. So Ms. Yazi will update on how many times we have attempted dropping this legislation as well. We also have been reporting to the Navajo Nation Law and Order Committee. So the Law and Order Committee has heard this presentations, and they also have our 3-ring binders from the last term to this term, the 23rd Council and the 24th Council. The data is also in here, considering that Kayenta is slightly a smaller community than others like Chinle and Shiprock and Tuba City, that our data shows the amount of phone calls that we get, and also we do have, my last understanding is we do have a prosecutor. We were without a prosecutor for a number of years, but we currently do. And this court will also house the peacemaking program of the Navajo Nation, including the prosecutor's office. So, the other part is we're very excited that the Navajo Nation State Task Force has been very diligent with the state of Arizona. From the $60 million, the first time effort from Arizona, we were able to get $60 million for the Navajo Nation projects for the Arizona side. From the $60 million, $2 million is allocated for this project for the Kayenta Judicial Court Complex. Thank you to the state task force, to our Navajo representatives who were here 2 days ago, Representative Jasmine Blackwater Nygren, Senator Teresa Delmar, Hatafi Delmar, excuse me, Ado, to Representative Myron Sosi, who have been really going back and forth with the Arizona leadership, the Republicans, between the Republicans and the Democrats there. A lot of work, a lot of people has worked really hard. And the main thing is, we do not want to revert this in any way back to the state of Arizona. We do not want to prove them right, that we're just giving funds back. That we want to prove them that, yes, when we ask for money, that Navajo Nation can come up with some of these funds as well. But Speaker, let me give some time to my agent, Ms. Laban Yazi, who will be speaking on this legislation as well.
Good morning. This is Lavon Yazzie. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank
Speaker
you.
is currently busy. He will be calling upon you here after he signs these
Let's go ahead.
documents.
Your agent. Agent has the floor.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the 24th Navajo Nation Council for your time and continued support for this important legislation. I know last week the Navajo Committee accepted our legislation with a 20-0 vote, and I'm pretty confident that we will get the same or exceed the vote as taken from last week. But as mentioned by Delegate Brown, we've submitted hard copy proposals from the many attempts that we've made on previous legislation and this particular one. And zip files were sent to your email addresses containing the same information on our project proposals, support letters, legislation information, construction and schematic designs, environmental assessment, land surveys, Kayenta Township Master Plan, and district statistics that support our requests. But as mentioned before, this is not a new effort. We've been working on this particular Kayenta Justice and Police Complex for the past 21 years. And through the community efforts, we were able to attain a new police department, criminal investigations, and Department of Corrections. So the last piece of the puzzle, this particular complex will facilitate the courts, peacemaking, probation services, public defender, and office of the prosecutor. So this is not just a judicial effort. We've included the other departments from the executive branch offices. And through the years, as I mentioned, the cost of inflation has drawn up the cost on this particular project. In 2013, when we first started this project, it was at $9 million. So currently it's at $13 million plus. So the longer we wait, I know we're going to be up against seeking additional funding at a higher rate in the future. And we do currently have $2 million match funding from the state of Arizona, plus match funding from the Kayenta Township Commission in the amount of $897,000 that would qualify to obtain funding through the CEHASEN. And the complex itself is 17,000 square foot, so it's not an overbuilt facility. It's sufficient to meet the needs of the employees and mainly the public that will be visiting not only the courts, but the prosecutors and the public defender, probation, and peacemaking. And as far as the statistics, as mentioned before, I've sent quite a bit of information on that to support how busy our district is. We're considered a mid-sized court, but our numbers match those of the larger districts. And that's the reason behind that is we have a well-oiled criminal justice machine here in Kayenta where all the departments work with one another in cooperation to move these cases along. And as far as collections, as an example, the civil traffic collections, which is a big bulk of the monies that are collected from the judicial branch, for FY 2021, for all the districts, the judicial branch collected $444,000 from 13 districts, and of that, Kayenta collected $104,000, which is 25%. And in the third quarter of 2022, the report shows $289,375 for the 13 districts. And of that, Kayenta collected $6,658, which is 29%. So besides dealing with cases, we do collect our fair share of fines and fees. And in stating the need why a court building is needed, we only have one courtroom. Our lobby can accommodate at this point with the COVID restrictions, we can only accommodate 4 people. In our courtroom, we can only hold 9 people. And even when the doors open back up, we usually have an overflow of people that have to wait outside in their vehicles, or they'll be waiting at the picnic tables. And the way the court building is set up, there's no room for clients to meet with their attorneys. Or say if we're having a busy criminal arraignment date, we'll have people that are assembled in our lobby, and when they bring in the detainees from the Department of Corrections, they have to lead them in through the front lobby. And it's a very dangerous situation should anything happen where if one of the defendants decides to cause a commotion. And as far as the noise control, there's none. We've had plenty of jury trials in our days, and we've had to have jurors wait outside the building to be brought in one at a time. So our facility is not sufficient for the public that we receive. Not only that, with the current COVID pandemic, our staff tends to be affected. As you know, when COVID reached the Navajo Nation, the Chimbito community was one of the first communities to be hit. As a result of that, our district, before the administrative order was issued by the Chief Justice, we still had public in here at the onset. And one of our clerks caught the COVID. It was one of the very first ones here. And in close to my 30 years, that was the scariest time of my life, wondering if this clerk was going to make it. She got flown out to Phoenix, and lucky for us and her family, she recovered. And since that time, it's been a very dangerous situation. But despite that, the staff, the judge, our offices, we've functioned full time to give services to the public because I find them to be very dedicated. A couple of weeks ago, the prosecutor was sick with COVID. Even though she was sick, she went on the line and heard cases. Our judicial hearing officer, same thing. Even though she caught COVID, she was on the line. Even though they were homesick, they still addressed business. So we have a really hard-working group, and the community recognizes that, and that's why we have the support of not only Kayenta, but all the surrounding communities. And when we go back into full operation with our doors open, one of the things that we've done is mobile court, where we take one day a month and go out to our remote chapters like Navajo Mountain Inscription House, and we provide court services out there, and that includes pro se classes. And then we've sponsored Amnesty Day before also, where instead of just having criminal bench warrants sitting on our shelf, we offer Amnesty Day for individuals to come in and resolve their warrants through a safe haven setting, with working with the prosecutor and the public defender and probation services. And then DNA Legal Services does use our facility for their legal clinic, to where parties are provided family civil filing information and forms so that they can represent their own cases without lawyers. So we are pretty proactive in our community. And with that, as I mentioned, I would like your continued support. And just as a side note, this morning, Mr. Yazzie told me, I don't think you're going to get this funding for your building. And I told him, I don't think so. As leaders, no matter the shortfalls, the questions, we move forward. And as council delegates, you realize that this is not a very thankful job at times. You're not in this field of work to get rich. You end up pulling money out of your own pocket to help people. And that's where we're at. We're here to help people. And so, and let's prove Mr. Yazzie wrong. Thank you. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, on legislation 0065-22, sponsors by Honorable Brown. With that, Honorable Brown, I do have a motion. I do have a second. Let's go ahead and go to the floor. Or Honorable Brown, does that conclude your presentation? You said 3 minutes and 23 seconds.
Speaker, I just wanted to add the work that has gone into this. I can't stress that enough. The amount of man hours, the time, the traveling to Washington, D.C. with Law and Order Committee, the travel down to Phoenix. And also, again, we're still facing the impacts of the closure of the Kayenta Peabody mine. I mentioned this and Navajo Generating Station because it is the community of Kayenta with the student count has gone down, and that has also impacted the teachers that we have in the Kayenta community, and also it impacts Chochimbito, Denahotso, and other communities in the surrounding areas. Individuals have moved. We have lost so many of our highly educated engineers, etc., who were employed at the Kayenta mine. So what this building, our hopes is to bring the morality during this scary pandemic. Again, we have lost so many of our people. And again, when leadership closes down buildings, and also we're still in a mask mandate and 50% occupancy in these buildings, we're also breaking our own laws when we're encouraging Navajo Nation employees to be careful. And because of this, we still our staff, our Navajo Nation employees are still exposed to COVID-19 and the different variants. And now we're hearing about the monkeypox and how is that going to impact our Navajo people. We're going to continue to practice our CDC safety protocols during this pandemic. And above all, we want to protect our Navajo people and our Navajo Nation employees. So my final point would be that the questions I have come up with my colleagues is, the operation and maintenance. And currently, this will just transfer the current operation and maintenance in the current building will just transfer over. So with conversation with Ms. Yazzie and her team, that is the case. Again, we've tried this through ARPA. We've tried this through other ways of funding, other legislations previously. So I'm coming before you again, Shananta, Ashwanda Kwado, though it is green, we're hoping that we're not going to stall this anymore by any other amendments. And that's what I'm asking and really requesting from my colleagues that, to keep this legislation in its proper order as possible. We saw some amendments yesterday that impacted a coho. Budget. I not chose a so again,
Thank you very much for that. Honorable Brown, we do have a motion and second. Let me go back to the floor now at this time. I do have Chairman Edmund Yazzie in the queue. Chairman Yazzie, good afternoon. The floor is yours at this time.
Okay, Speaker and members of the council, everyone that's listening online, to the sponsor, Honorable Brown, and to your agents, appreciate your legislation, of course, in which I do support, and hope. I'll vote in favor of this. And I know my colleagues, we always indicate that we're trying to advocate on behalf of our chapters. And so at this time, I would like to offer an amendment, request an amendment, my colleagues, and that amendment we spoke about yesterday from the CSN funds. And our attorneys who are doing a good job, Miss Barbara, I know she's shorthanded, but is outstandingly doing good despite the workload that we give upon them and our staff. So I'm respectfully pleading my colleagues that I want to add this amendment onto the legislation. So again, my colleagues, I'm pleading with you all. This is for the Mariano Lake Chapter Multi-Purpose Building construction. Yesterday, I already explained the purpose of the building. If there's any questions, we have our CSC who's online too as well. All the documents are there, my colleagues. And again, I'm pleading with my colleagues. And so I reserve my time, Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much. With that, we did have an amendment that was correlated to match legislation 0043-22 yesterday. Did you ask for that to be updated, Chairman Yazzie?
Yes, I did, Speaker, members of the council, Honorable Brown. I did email our attorneys and indicate that I wanted an update to add this on as an amendment, sir.
Tell you what, this time we do not have an amendment. Let me go to Ms. Barbroff. Ms. Barbroff or Ms. Tapahi. I don't know if you received that information or if you
Thank you.
happen to send that amendment back over to Office of Legislative Services, Ms. Nakai or Shalissa or Ms. Yazzie.
Thank you, Speaker. I will check with Ms. Tapaye. We did get a request from Delegate Yazzie to prepare the amendment. Unfortunately, he did not tell us which legislation to prepare it for. So now that we know he wants it ready for this legislation, we will get it revised quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, on legislation 65-22. Back to you, Chairman, Chairman Yazi. You do have 3 minutes and 15 seconds on reserve time, but at this time, I'm not going to recognize your amendment because it is not ready. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours. Good afternoon. Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
Good Chair.
Oh,
I see what's going on. At this passion, I the compass of the unity when he should be yende. But in a thought that where always think how can we not ask for money for judicial or police, etc. So we've been meeting with the next action plan, and that regards how can we put violence down. How can we start it? Where can we start it? And I came to these meetings and they're just talking about from ground up to the tree, but not ground down into the roots, the way we live out here on the Navajo Nation. Those are forgotten. I guess we don't really try to understand how some people used to live back in the days. We don't really care much less about somebody saying something to us. I'm also already an adult, and then after 15 years old or 14 years old. So those are some of the things that I would like my colleagues to understand going forward. Since next year I won't be here with you guys, I think you really need to go look into it, understand what I'm trying to say. The next actually of the kind of actually aimed is emotional, spiritual, physical growth, all in harmony, all the way from day one. We just push them into academic or sports. We have forgotten their emotional growth, their spirituality. We need to somehow go back into that root. That's where the problem is, the way I see it. They don't know how to be mother or father as we go forward. At least maybe some of the 50s, I get at 18, or the 60s downwards. But after that, it's a end. Every day, every year, it's changing. A lot of kids make babies with already drunk or on some kind of a drug. It's a problem. This is the problem. That's why we're asking for more money, more police department, more jail. Or we're going to go forever saying this and asking for, we're in a race with them. How are we going to stop it? How are we going to slow it down? That's my question. But I wanted to put it on my colleagues as they going forward into the future to really understand what I'm trying to say. Life means emotional, spiritual, and physical all grown in harmony. I don't have any academic or fame, etc. in there. But if you have that, you will have what you want materialistically, and you will keep it the materialistic stuff. Otherwise, you're going to go into have to come to a judgment where you had to make a decision. We get older, and that's where the violence comes around. That's where abuse comes around. If we're not ready for it, so we have to make that choice when we've crossed that, when we're 30 years old or 40 years old or 50, even 60. So that's where we're at. And then this election is another problem that we have. Every 4 years, we say whatever you want to each other. When are we going to stop it? If we do stop it, if we start go from the roots, I'm pretty sure we might save a little penny in regards to getting more policemen and more jails and more judges and more prosecutors. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time for 6 seconds. Moving on down. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Point of privilege, Senior.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Well, what is your point of privilege at this time?
This is to Legislative Council. Yesterday, I submitted a request for amendment to this legislation. Just need to find out if it's ready or not. That way, I'll know if I should go to queue or not.
Nobody's up for this legislation.
Speaker, this is Miss Barbara. What I have yesterday from Chairman Hino is a request for draft legislation. We did not know that it was for an amendment. So it may take us a little while to put that, to change the legislation request into an amendment. We'll probably need a half hour to 45 minutes to do that.
Ms. Barbara, sorry.
Yes.
I think Ms. Loya Henderson completed the amendment.
Okay.
And it's regarding to, this is what it states. One, on page 5, line 30, after amount approved herein from, insert funds available from the Judicial Public Safety Facilities Funds. And
okay,
is that the your one? Is that what the one you're talking about, Chairman?
Oh,
okay. So is that one? Is that still in draft mode? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying, actually, I apologize. Totally confused on that one. I did not, we were talking about two separate matters. If the amendment that Ms. Henderson sent out, if that is acceptable to Chairman Hino, then it's good to go.
Right here. It's going to you now. With that, thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time?
Senior, put me in the queue.
Chairman Hino, floor is yours.
Shikena to the Speaker David Kadosh. Motion for amendment. And I believe it's ready from the State Council, as you just read it out. So motion to accept that amendment. Propose that amendment to this to legislation that's before us today. I reserve my time.
Reserve time at 4 minutes and 31 seconds. We go back to Ms. Nakai. If you'd read the amendment to legislation 0065-22 into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. This is Amendment 1 to legislation number 0065-22. 1, on page 5, line 30, after quote, amount approved herein from, end quote, insert new language, funds available from the Judicial Public Safety Facilities Fund, JPSFF, and 2, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other council amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, there's a motion by Chairman Hinu for amendment number 1 on legislation 0065-22. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellow Hair.
Second by Honorable Jamil here. Colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1? Or twice.
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniel.
Honorable Herman Daniels.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm just wondering how much is in that Judicial Public Safety Facilities Fund. Even $9, Mr. Speaker, reserve time.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? 4 minutes and 46 seconds. Reserve time. Any other comments or questions? Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker, and Navajo Nation Council, and also for the amendment. My question is funds available from the Judicial Public Safety Facility Funds, which is known as the JPSFF. How much would that contribute, and how much would that affect the request on the citizen? Would that bring the dollars down? It's kind of vague up there. Just says the amount approved herein from the funds available from the Judicial Public Safety Facility Funds. And those funds are, what's the balance on that fund? And how much are we going to apply to this page 5, line 30? Those are my questions. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That. We go back to Chairman Hinu. Floor is yours.
Again, to the Speaker Damon. That's why at the committee, I had made that my point of privilege and requested that this information be available from your staff. And I don't know if that task has been completed or not.
Who are you directing the question to, Chairman?
So to you and your staff. That was my request to your office and your staff to provide that information for today's consideration. Because I knew this question would come up.
I'm sorry, I didn't get no email.
No, this was due to point of privilege. At the last Navajo committee, I made that request.
The Judicial Public Safety Facilities Fund. Okay. As of May 22nd, there's May 2022. That was the last time it was looked at in the JPSFF. There's $19.9 million in there. Chairman Henio.
Additionally, Kiela, Cecilia, for providing that information. So that and Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. and additional Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. That's the balance of the Judicial Public Safety Facilities Fund. And because 1% of the sales tax ain't going to be in day, and that's the intended purposes for these type of facilities to be built by that fund. I think it's time that we utilize that funding for this very important facility in Kayenta. That's my response to it, Speaker Dana.
Thank you. Back, colleagues, moving on down. Any other comments, questions before we go back to reserve time? We are on amendment number 1. There's none. We'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Daniels, 4 minutes and 46 seconds.
Mr. Chair, that answers my question. Amount of funds that's in the JPSFF fund. It can be familiar. So I don't know. During the 23rd Navajo Nation Council Law and Order Committee, as the hot conduct, myself, Delegate Smith, Delegate Kayenta, Delegate Adusso, and Delegate Emiliazi. As the hot conduct, at that time, there was a priority list. I don't know Kayenta is on there. So it is I don't know, this 24th Navajo Nation Council Law and Order Committee. It does. So, but Kodona Great, so Kodo says somebody do had to miss. So, Kodo a Kodo Baha Z Kodo, Adonana Kodo, the amendment Eliagi Kodo and Great Judicial Public Safety Facility Fund. As in the Libya instead of the cents and funds short. So it's a Kodo. Adonana Kodo and Great earlier during the presentation put by Delegate Brown out of the Shamakodo and Great Court Administrator Lenigi. Yahat Zekodo, there are matching funds. Great Kayenta Township that they're pitching in over $800,000 out of from the state of Arizona. There's $2 million. So there's leveraging. What they call that? Basically, the messaging or the ship and Quadon Race and Francisco a Basso des kids. I don't basically I had to miss Jota there. If I'm not so big, they had the Yakodo. So, but Quadon Race is one first case of Quadon. The way I said, Sanjoko, or ya, Ajoko, or you Boban first case, that did Quadon Race. There's a legislation Quadon. So, you only thought about state of Quadon, Mr. Speaker, reserve time.
That 2 minutes and 17 seconds.
Speaker, Otto self-communicate.
On down. Everybody else in the queue. Honorable Otto So, go ahead. Floor is yours at this time.
Thank you very much. The amendment pertaining to the Judicial Public Safety Fund is a can I say, the oversight is and the final authority on that is LOC. And I mean that's some area that we would that could loosen up a lot of these things here. One, then the other is maybe to the controller. The Judicial Public Safety Fund, throughout the year, it generates dollars and from the sales tax. We know that we utilize that for a debt service on the current judicial public safety build outs that happen, such as Crown Point, Chin Lee, the facility in the police facility in Kayenta, the Tiba City facility. The debt service, payments to the so just be mindful of it that 19 million is not all there up for grabs. I don't know when the payment is due for the facility build outs that we have on the build outs that happen. So so what about so case to I see what apas on his hasn't even yet. Do it on his schneider or kro pan so case on his hasn't on so I do agree that we can utilize the judicial public safety funds for this purpose. And if it's a reimbursement, I guess that could be granted. So yeah, I'm gonna reserve my time.
2 minutes and 31 seconds. Colleagues, we are on amendment number 1. Any other comments, questions at this time?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
I'm Keon Begay, then Madam Chair Charles Newton. Honorable Keon Begay, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Speaker, this is Shay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Shay. At the Judicial Public Safety Fund. To let you guys know, back in the days, I sponsored this legislation for an increase of a sales tax before the council, and it's going this far. It's something to be proud of. But within the language of that legislation or the certified resolution, it talks about utilizing the fund for financing debt service. I mean, I believe Law and Order Committee currently has a list, and I believe the chairwoman have indicated a certain amount of dollar amount. I mean, why can't the nation move forward in securing some type of a debt service to establish additional facility across the Navajo Nation? And then other understand tax that collected we know that funding will be coming forth through the sales tax. Facility to the main intent was these judicial public safety complexes at each agency. I thought Tiba City, Chin Lee, and Crown Points in this. So the next one is Tiba 45 and Shiprock. But yet, I support the Kayenta effort. They have my full support. But all I'm saying is that without the debt service, and then the whole package, could the Navajo Nation Council do a financing so that not only one facility is established, but others, such as Brock and for Defiance, based on Zinki Aj budget don't ask for a Kodobe, but not Shayad and Zinki Aj what I thought not eat or the other half Hashin Zashe. Yad and Zinki, Bichito, Zinki Aj and Night Yad, and I think that's an option that we can go forward because once this is complete, we still have Shiprock and Fort Defiance still in the position of having no adequate facility for the public safety and the judicial system. And then you got those delegates going to start coming before the council to say that we want this bond money, not need of it. So that's just an option, a recommendation I'd like to provide the council to consider that and to look into that option. Based on the public health and so I believe now is a good time to really put a package together and then secure funding forward in that fashion, including the Kayenta and other areas that are in dire need of public safety and judicial complex. Speaker, that's my input. Reserve my time.
Thank you. With that, 1 minute and 16 seconds on your reserve time. Moving on down, Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Nguyen. Good afternoon. The floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. Speaker, and also colleagues, this was the reason why I provided the report regarding what public safety and justice has been doing. At the federal level, it is the responsibility of the Bureau of Indian Affairs to be addressing the dilapidated buildings and then also the replacement. We have been working through TIBIC, Speaker. You are aware of this. We have been working with TIBIC, and we've seen an increase for public safety dollars. However, what happens is that money gets spread across Indian country. So even though Navajo is advocating, heavily for the replacement of facilities, even if that funding does get approved, that money does get spread across Indian country, which puts us back in kind of in a similar situation. We did look at the ARPA funds as an option when when it first came out. However, we were told that it wasn't eligible. And so we looked at the possibility of leveraging the ARPA fund, to possibly get a loan or to do a bond. That didn't happen. And so now it seems like our only option is at this point is to do the public safety and justice bond. And we are meeting with the investment committee. It just seems like the investment committee, in my opinion, I'm not sure exactly what is going on, but we did try to meet with them and at the beginning of August. Now they're pushing the meeting back to the end of August. And that's why, Speaker, at one point I did ask, do we really need the investment committee's blessing to drop legislation to expand this bond? And that question hasn't been answered. And so right now, we're kind of waiting because we have to, talk about this public safety and justice bond and whether we're going to expand it. If we are, then it does have to go through the investment committee, and then it gets dropped for legislation. That's one option. And that's where we are, we are including projects from Kayenta, from Shiprock, from Winter Rock. We also have in there phase 1 of the police academy. We have several projects that have been listed, but now it's a question of whether we're going to get that meeting with the investment committee in time to drop legislation for fall session to introduce it then. The other option is to go to the federal government and with that package that is being debated right now regarding the, I can't remember what it's called right offhand. I just had it at the tip of my tongue. But that's the other option is to to make this a priority on behalf of the Navajo Nation and submit the project listing that way. But all in all, once we get past that, then we also have to address the operations and maintenance of these facilities. So I just want to remind colleagues that I did, present that during Nabikiyetka, and I know a point of order was called, and that, the question was, how is this relevant? It's relevant because it's exactly what you guys are asking. And there will be a full report provided on that, and in terms of public safety, Law and Order has been working on with the amendments to Title 17. And so hopefully that will be coming out soon. I just wanted to remind all of my colleagues that I did talk about this at Nabikiyetka, and I did share that information with all of you. So Speaker, I reserve my time. Thank you.
$112. That, Madam Chair, 1 minute and 12 seconds on reserve time. Moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair on Amendment 1.
Yeah,
Honorable Yellow Hair.
Speaker.
Oh.
Good afternoon.
Mm.
Dear Delegate Yellow Hair. Madam Chair, don't forget, Union is one of the most important that we've been asking ever since 23rd Councilman too. So even in Chinle, back in those days, back in my brother, Mr. Kayenta, a special account for opinion, finding fee special account so you're not to read us opinion. Selection scholars and legal key Italian Mr. was a judicial branch. These are another letter. We originally was request for 33 million. You don't joke, but and then 12 or 22 million dollars another year, even in very good at the opinion be because of window rock and also fortified. Your building cost is going to be a lot, both sides, like over $100 million. I think even in a judicial opinion, not 12 or 14 million, it's all administration building, not taught me. I think the last grade I know, Dr. Gray, I know all about the history of this. About this, please always remember opinion. You can't leave one out about this. So I'd like to reserve my time. If the last grade is on that board, I'd like to request to say on behalf of all the judicial court building, detention center. So yeah, I thought, Speaker, yeah, I'd like to reserve my time. Thank you very much, Chad.
2 minutes. 2 minutes and 52 seconds. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? Let me go ahead and go back to Chairman Henio if there's any response, and then I'm gonna go to reserve time. Chairman Henio, floor is yours on Amendment 1.
Okay, yeah, not to the Speaker, Damon. I'm hearing a really direct question. Mostly a lot of comments regarding the reason behind the Judicial Public Safety Facilities Fund. And it's good conversations that we're having, bringing out the issues before council here, and therefore I leave it up to the colleagues from the 24th Nomination Council on this amendment. And so to accept the amendment and make it part of this legislation or not. So I'll still not see this to the Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much for that. I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the floor then on reserve time. What? Come on. Honorable Daniels, 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Honorable Daniels, 2 minutes and 17 seconds on reserve time on Amendment 1, going twice. Honorable Daniels going 3 times. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So, 2 minutes and 31 seconds. You reserve your time. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you very much. The other thing too is that with the language that's within the judicial public safety funds, but Honorable Key Allen Begay alluded to pertaining to financing purposes. And I believe that is the main core of the public safety funds. And Madam Chair, the dialogue to have a conversation with the Navajo Nation Investment Committee to actually tap in, make a request to utilize the permanent trust fund to down draw a certain amount for an investment. So this judicial public safety trust fund could be utilized when the build out occurs, when the fund are secured. We're utilizing the Navajo Nation dollars to build out these facilities from the trust fund and make payments back to the trust fund utilizing this judicial public safety funds as it's being utilized currently with the public safety bond that's in place that built out our current facilities. There's 2 facilities on the replacement listing right now, is Winter Rock and then Shiprock. Winter Rock is on this first 6-year list from OJS, and then Shiprock it's on the next listing from OJS. But Shiprock is condemned. Winter Rock is going to be condemned pretty soon. Madam Chair, the dialogue is to get all of these projects together as one package so we could fund multiple judicial public safety facility so that we do it all at once, utilizing a payment system to repay the PTF, because it's going to be a loan from the permanent trust fund. And it's going to be a loan that's going to be an investment by the Navajo people, and the Navajo people will end up funding this. And through the investment committee, we only get the investment committee's approval, and budget and finance committee is the final authority, because they're going to ask, how are you going to pay this request back? And this public safety trust fund is very important. Because they're going to look at the balance book and they're going to say, how come you're spending here and there to hear BNF say use that fund. But a request will be coming to Budget and Finance Committee as the final authority to request for a direct investment on public safety facility on the Navajo Nation. We're going to need your blessing for that, and you're going to want to look at our books, and this is one. Yeah.
Moving on down. Kayenta Begay, 1 minute, 16 seconds.
I don't mean to delay the request here, but I'm thinking that it'd be more appropriate to have a inclusive list of all that needs public safety. For example, Delcon needs a police station, and other areas. Although the people in opinion, they do need a facility over there. It is a recognized judicial district, a Coco A, but they don't have a adequate facility. Listing every 2 years. That's part of this listing. In that legislation, it does say, or the resolution, it does say that every 2 years, the public safety executive director and chief justice will agree on the updated listing. Based on delegate financing. That's just a recommendation. Otherwise, like I said, if we give this money to Kayenta, then we have the other whatever amount of listing. Thank you.
Moving on down. Madam Chair Charles Newman, good afternoon. 1 minute and 12 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker. I do want to let my colleagues know that part of the plan with public safety and justice that we have been discussing is right now the police academy is not being funded. It does not have a 638 contract attached. So all of that is being funded by general funds. So that was one idea that we did present to Division of Public Safety, is to look at the taxes and to use that possibly to help fund the police academy, and then to also, and also our first responders as well. So part of this whole plan is to look at Lagachagay, the school that is being shut down. We did meet with Division of Public Safety, and we talked about the possibility of doing a first responders academy there at Lagachagay, which would include the fire department, EMT, dispatch, police department, or police academy. So that's kind of part of the plan. And that's why I was saying, we are in the process of doing some major changes that we want to present to council. And again, I did give this information at Navajo so that you guys are aware of what's been happening. And we are moving towards this possibility of doing a bond, but we do need the assistance of the investment committee. And I can say that Chair Hanyo has been such a great help. He has been, he's only one member of the investment committee, but he has been putting forth, some effort in trying to get us help with the investment committee so that we can get that legislation going. Thank you, Speaker.
Great. Moving on down. Honorable Yellow Hair, 2 minutes and 52 seconds.
Navajo Nation Detention Center. It's very important. Crown Point, City, that's how we work together in Washington, D.C. Even by that time, it's Mr. Kayenta, thank you, Stella. Indian travel leader decided to give it funds to a Navajo Nation because detention were closed at the time. Obama just came in as a president. Why can I help Native American? No. He picked out that green federal funding, green boot, eliminating it's a small script. So that a farmer personal one-time grant like he cried. Although there's some bank that Navajo Nation also help us out to give money to make some money. I'd like to give a remaining time to my brother, Mr. Kayenta, and I'll vote for however we can. And as investment committee, I'm also part of it. I support this on here. I want to remain my time to Key on Kayenta, Speaker.
Thank you. We'll hear that, colleagues. Let me go ahead and go back to the queue. I have Honorable Elmer Begay this time. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Point of orders, Speaker. Yes, the time was supposed to be given to Honorable Key Allen, the remainder time from Jimmy O'Hare. That's my point of order. Thank you.
We're clarifying that right now. That's what happened. Hold on, colleagues. Okay, with that, Honorable Keon BA, 1 minute and 33 seconds. You take it?
I don't snap Mr. Yell here, but I don't appreciate this for the point of order. Yeah, the Kudo, by investigation and I don't mean to start directing a committee, but chairwoman of the Law and Order, Law and Order Committee. I mean, is there a possible way that we approach this particular request or recommendation to get some financing to be done in a way and I did say at the time from the beginning, I was told that several years ago that there's not enough funding to really trigger for a good solid backing for financing purpose. You don't need to so that way we have a larger amount of funding as a backing for financing. So the street out OU in the hospital or you go be na how to go as such a yard linigi in the base of being high in the way could the public safety account to get out of night leg or bigger. So again, Speaker, again, that's my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back now to Honorable Elmer Brigade. Honorable Elmer Brigade, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Speaker, for giving me the time to talk upon this legislation. Actually, I thought calling for the Navigation Council and then to Delegate Nate Brown. Chair, I support this legislation. I know that I don't know how the BIA and public safety there's the data and statistics on it, but we know that there's a lot going on. You know that we're depending on the calls and we're just depending on all the where reporting system. We depend on that as a data and statistic. But as you're on case, some of these are not being documented. Here with equity documented. So I know that there was a murder that happened, and that suspect lived here in Dalcon, and people comes over here. So many times I went to that missing and murdered individuals. So they're saying that the community here, the suspect was from this area, so and it happened here. So lately, we all know that the body was discovered here in Dalcon, and that person that got caught, lived here, but he fled off to Texas. There's a lot of individuals here. Action in we think that they're children, but they're mostly adults. They're over 21 years old. So we have a lot that's here. So we've been having the 2 people missing again, and over about 6 months of this. Then we've been calling myself. People contacted me and and we do some search and they want to help. So I've been emailing the public safety director, Justice Delmore. I don't know how many times. Is this really what's going on? Is it really, did you get any kind of report? So what's they want? So what can the community do, or what can we do? That was a question they have. So then nobody really responded back to me. I don't know how many times I sent emails. I guess it's under confidential thing that we have to go by. But because the area actually have now, some people are saying that they know where they are and they don't want to say anything about it. And a lot. It's not being reported. But we have these things going on. There's people missing. Now beginning to hear it, now beginning to see that there's a lot of flyers here saying that this person that they're missing. No, the head judicial. So, but we don't have no public safety without anything going on. So I support that we need some type of support from the judicial and the public safety. Statistically, and then we run all of the board. No, I've been really I have my construction document ready, but I got a report from the updated report saying that it's 95%. But we have an updated list. I don't know how many times we submitted. This is 99% ready, reviewed it by the BIA. The only reason why it's 99%, this Downtown Judicial Justice Center, is because we don't have the BIA didn't included the drawing of the water tank that's supposed to be the part of it is for sprinkler system. Articles of construction, document of construction, the whole Downtown Justice Center is complete 100%. But the only thing they agree with that letters to them too. How many times I sent the letters to them? They said there's in here, then no, so that's really frustrating. How if your project is being considered as 95% and it's not being reviewed by the BIA, I don't know how many times we have to send those. So it is frustrating too. Yeah. So I submit support you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna go to Honorable Edison Wanika, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable Edison Wanika, floor is yours. I'll go back to you, Chairman. Can you? No.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Noon.
Point of order, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Good afternoon. What is your point of order?
Good afternoon, Speaker. I was trying to call a point of order. I guess I was on mute. I didn't know it. Speaker, I'd like to call a point of order on the comments that were made by Delegate Elmer Begay. Speaker, I will say that, that I don't know how you can, complain about police officers and then want a police station in your community. So I just ask my colleagues right now to please have respect for our police officers. We know that there's a shortage of police officers, and that's really not the fault of anybody. So please have respect for our police officers and don't call them out like that. Sit down with them and talk to them about what's going on. So Eda, if you're over here, you're bashing the officers and then you're asking for a police station. So please, conduct yourself in a good way, be a good leader, and support our police officers. We don't have that many. So I just want to call that point of order. Thank you.
With that, on the point of order, Madam Chair, thank you. I'm not too sure what was I can rewind the tape. I will myself. But thank you very much for that thoughtful recommendation. That, colleagues, I am going to go back. We are on legislation 0065-22. This legislation is to approve the completion of the Kayenta judicial complex. So we do have an amendment on the floor to utilize some additional funds for the Judicial Public Safety Facilities Fund. So I'm going to go back to the floor at this time. Honorable Nika, I know there was a point of order called while you were speaking, so there's no time taken away from your 5 minutes, Honorable Nika.
Okay, thank you, Speaker and members of Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, for the time, for this amendment, and then also for Honorable Brown for his legislation. And being the delegate at St. Michael's, I get questioned on this quite often, but I rely on the respective oversight. They have the responsibility addressing a lot of the issues on Navajo Nation. I appreciate what Madam Chair Newton is saying, that these reports were made and they're working on it. So about Henson, the Kondadani, Decat amendments, not a date, North Carolina, Dehita. So we have still quite a few legislations, and I don't know, it looks like we're going to go late into the evening, this evening. So I think we need to be careful on the amendments. I'd like to give the rest of my time to Honorable Aruso.
Sorry, colleagues, I was clarifying some things here. 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Honorable to reserve time for Honorable Winika. Oh, sorry, I'm doing some 2-3 people talking to me at one time. Honorable Aruso, do you accept Honorable Winika's 3 minutes and 45 seconds?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Honorable Aruso, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Speaker, I don't the time and Honorable Winika for the time here. Hinson. Did again maybe going earlier bahon do adit it ego alit la e yaliki e yape kadishige based on linigi penachatan khanato. So these are the initiatives that the committee oversight is looking at for Fort Defiance and Shiprock Agency. And at the same time, with the planning from the public safety, a lot of the planning is to what monies we have that come down in our 638 contract. the lack of the 638 contract will only employ about 220 Navajo police officers. But right now, I think our numbers are low, about down to 190 police officers across the Navajo Nation. And with the amount of facilities that needs to be replaced and need to be expanded, depends on what contract dollars we get on funding. And I hear Honorable Yellow Hair talking about the Chinle facility and talking with police, the public safety. They're worried about manpower. We build a facility, how are we going to man up the facility? So those type of aspects is what we are looking at. We're just not going over there. Let's just build a facility over here. And especially in Fort Defiance, when Winter Rock facility is condemned, where are they going to send their inmates? I mean, Madam Chair, the planning on this is crucial, and public safety, Mr. Delmar and the judicial branch are on board. So if this public safety bond goes through, once we get the meeting with the investment committee and get our proposal to them, and it's a go, we just need budget and finance committee to get the final approval. We don't have to come to NABI, or we don't have to come to council for their blessing. BNF is the final authority, because it will be an investment requesting that we're going to be down draw a certain amount of monies from the permanent trust fund. Even judicial facilities and public safety facilities. As a scenario, they may say, let's fund the top 8 on each side of the judicial, from judicial branch and public safety. They may put all those projects together, package it together, and let's push that through the investment committee. So I believe I ran out of time, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Wanika, thank you for the time, and or I'll just keep going. Alcohol, did what is go pa baniyati do hot abahot it is an important thing, and public safety is very important through Navajo Nation. Our 638 contracts only, again, serves and pays certain salaries throughout the Navajo Nation. And we have to make sure we have the manpower to serve those other areas if we're going to continue to build out. And Mr. Mr. Brown, we do support this, and whatever happens to this legislation, either on the vote and when it goes across the street. But the second part is that this could come back around on the bond financing that we're working on, and it could we could utilize this. And then the other aspect to this is the LO1 section 105 LO1 Leasing Act. We build the facilities and we charge the federal government for utilizing our facilities. It generates monies. Those are sort of the aspects. And one of our conversations in council was that that's not going to work. No, to let you guys know, my colleagues, the Tuba City Healthcare Corporation is doing that in Flagstaff. the Sacred Mount facility that they built there, the healthcare corporation built it with their own monies. And now they're charging the federal government. They're leasing that facility to the federal government, and they're utilizing those monies to repay on, or to pay the payments on the mortgage. Instead of having the nation foot the bill. It's a very good aspects, and I toured the Sacred Mountain facility in Flagstaff with the CEO and the assistant CEO, Ms. Walters, and the board chairman, Mr. Chris Curley. It's a reality. If we build these facilities with Navajo monies, and we can have the US DOJ pay for the facility leasing. So, and that time, Mr. Speaker, I turn the floor back over to you. Sort of feel like I did something over my time. So thank you very much. We turn the floor back over to the speaker, and I believe he's taking an important call at this time, and maybe if the one of the chairmen could take over just for a bit. Sean, thank you. Go on mute.
Agushina Shanandad, Chairman, our Speaker Damon's not in here. This is Vice Chair Smith. We're back on the amendment. Is there any further questions? Speaker's back with us, so I'll turn the gavel back over to Speaker Vice Chair Smith. Speaker, you have the floor. You have the gavel.
Colleagues, where are we at right now? Colleagues, I need to go into recess. Respectfully ask, we go into recess, and colleagues, I'm going to send out an email to Nomination Council. Can you please jump on that line? I need to talk with council immediately.
Right now?
Yes. We're in recess. It's 1:40 p.m. I'm going to send out email from Kyron. Kyron or Ms. Yazzie sending it out right now, right? Please get on that. Please get on that. Oh, we're going to recess for 30 minutes. It's 1:45, so we're getting recess till 2:10, 2:10, 2:10, 2:15, 2:10.
Delegate calling in. I'm back on. You ready? Can you hear me?
Yes. It's still
Okay.
Delegate Daniel So is back on the call.
Thank you, colleagues. I can't go back into come out of recess until 2:10, so we have 9 minutes left.
Can anybody hear me?
Can't hear you, Madam Chair. Ready? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for being with us here again today. We are coming back out of recess again. For the record, the time now is 2:10 p.m. The 24th Navajo Nation Council Summer Session. Today's date is July 22nd here in Winter Rock, Arizona, on the Great Navajo Nation, presided by myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. That, colleagues, before we go back on to the amendment number 1, let me go ahead and go back to, let me do a roll call. So roll call, please.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'm present.
Honorable Elmer Begay answered. Roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. is present and answered. Roll call. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered. Roll call. Honorable Amber Canas Bacrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered. Roll call. Honorable Carl Slater is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, conscious
Honorable Eugene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I'm present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica is present. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered. Roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Present.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Delegate Hinkle is present.
Honorable Jamie Henio answered. Roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 19 delegates, including yourself, who answered roll call and are present for recess.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, 19 members are here. With that,
Delegate Yellowhair is also here on the line. Speaker.
good afternoon, Delegate Yellow here. So that makes us 20 members present. That, colleagues, we are on amendment number 1 on legislation 0065-22. And I was going back to Chairman Henio for a response.
Can you hear me, Select Speaker Davis?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay. We are in the middle of amendment number 1, and I'm in order to motion to adjourn this summer session. Will we pick up on this amendment and we come back into session on this legislation? That's my question first.
Yes. Chairman, if we adjourn and the adjournment passes, we would pick up right where we left off according to what council passed. Motion to adjourn overrules. Huh?
Motion to adjourn.
But he's well, he's doing a response right now. You know what I mean? So it actually is his time. You know what I mean? Where's Manny? Thank you, Chairman. Yes, if and it looks like there might be a petition going out for Tuesday. What's Tuesday's date? The 26th of July. If this does pass and the motion does for adjournment at this time, we would this would be on old business and we'd pick up right where we left off on Amendment 1. The motion to adjourn at 2:17 p.m. by Chairman Henio. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Second by Honorable Edison Onika. That, colleagues, on a motion adjourned, there's no debate. You go to the floor. I'm going to go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Dr. Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 14 delegates who voted in favor, 5 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, with a vote of 14 in favor, 5 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries. We are officially adjourned out of the summer session at 2:17 PM. Thank you, colleagues. Again, there is a petition was being developed that will go out. Seems like there'll be a special session request on Tuesday, July 26th. Safe travels, everyone.
Speaker, we have budget session on Tuesday, Monday through Friday.
Chairman Ez, I highly think that there will not be any budget sessions on Monday and Tuesday due to the fact that there were no budgets turned in time. All the budgets will be coming out of the 5-day